Welcome, dear one. You've arrived at this moment for a reason. If you are lying down now, perhaps the day behind you has been heavy. Perhaps your mind has been spinning with what ifs, unfinished conversations, or quiet worries that will not fade. Tonight, all of that can rest. Tonight, you are safe here. Take a long, slow breath in through your nose and exhale gently through your mouth as though you are sighing out the entire day. Again, inhale softly, deeply, filling the lungs with cool, gentle air. And exhale slowly, letting go of everything that no longer serves you. This is the intention for our journey tonight, to release what no longer serves us. You don't need to fix yourself. You don't need to push anything away. You only need to let go. Gently, naturally, like a leaf falling from a tree when its time has come. Letting go is not about forgetting. It's not about suppressing feelings or pretending the pain isn't there. Buddhism teaches that letting go is a kind of understanding, an awakening. It is seeing clearly that clinging brings suffering, while allowing brings peace. Take another slow breath in and exhale, whispering inwardly, I let go. When we suppress what we feel, we build walls within. But when we let go with awareness, we open space for healing. Tonight, we will walk together through 14 Buddhist parables, ancient stories, timeless lessons, each one a lamp to guide your heart back to stillness. They are not lessons to memorize, but mirrors to reflect your own experience. Through them, you may find yourself letting go of control, of anger, of the past, of expectations, of pain. This journey is long and gentle. 4 hours of rest, reflection, and renewal. You may drift between awareness and dreams, and that's perfectly okay. Even as you sleep, these words will settle softly in your heart, like petals resting upon water. Now, before the stories begin, let's prepare the body for stillness. Lie comfortably on your back, or any position that feels natural. Feel the weight of your body against the surface beneath you. Feel how the ground supports you completely. You are safe here. Bring your awareness to the breath once more. Inhale slowly through the nose for a count of 4. Hold gently. Exhale through the mouth for 6. Inhale, calm. Exhale, release. Inhale, peace. Exhale, surrender. With every exhale, imagine letting go of what you no longer need: worry, tension, control, regret. Let them fall away, one by one, like dry leaves in autumn. Your body grows heavier. Your breath grows slower. Your mind begins to quiet, like a lake becoming still. As you rest here, I invite you to open your heart, not to try, not to force, but to allow. The Buddha once said, "Just as the snake sheds its skin, we must shed our past again and again." Tonight, we shed gently. We release what has served its purpose. We surrender to peace. Take one last deep inhale and exhale slowly. Feel your heart soften. Feel your body melt into the present moment. Nothing to do, nowhere to be. Just rest. Just breathe. Just let go. And now, dear listener, our journey begins. Let us take the first step along the Buddha's path. A story about control, surrender, and the wisdom of the empty boat. In a quiet village beside a wide river, there once lived a monk who had devoted many years to his meditation practice. Each morning, before the sun rose, he would row his small wooden boat into the middle of the river, anchor it gently, and sit in silence. The water would shimmer softly around him. The mist would rise like breath from the earth, and for hours he would rest in stillness, breathing, watching, listening. The river became his teacher. Its surface reflected his moods. When his mind was peaceful, the water was calm. When his heart was restless, the ripples danced and broke. One morning, as he sat with eyes closed in meditation, he heard a sudden crash. His boat rocked violently. His first thought was anger. Who has struck me? Who dares disturb my practice? He opened his eyes, ready to shout, but there was no one. Floating beside him was an empty boat, its rope broken, drifting aimlessly downstream. The monk froze, and in that instant, his anger melted into silence. He realized that the one who had disturbed his peace was not another person. It was his own mind, his own expectation that the world should remain still. He smiled softly to himself and whispered, "Ah, the boat is empty." From that day on, whenever someone insulted him or events did not go his way, he would say inwardly, "The boat is empty," and he found that peace returned more quickly, more easily, like water returning to stillness after a wave. This simple story holds a deep truth about control. Most of our suffering arises not from what happens, but from our reaction to what happens. When we think someone has wronged us, we fill the empty boat with blame, anger, and stories. But when we remember that often no one is steering, that life is simply flowing as it will, our anger softens. The empty boat reminds us that not everything is personal. The storm isn't about us. The traffic jam isn't against us. The delay, the mistake, the harsh word, all are part of the river of life moving on its own current. We cannot control the river. We can only learn to float. Let us take a moment to practice this. Close your eyes gently. Take a slow breath in and a slow breath out. Bring to mind a recent moment that disturbed your peace. Someone's words, a disappointment, a small frustration. See it clearly, as though it were another boat drifting toward you. Feel what arises, perhaps tension, perhaps irritation. Now, whisper softly, "The boat is empty." Watch how the feeling begins to change. Watch how your breath becomes lighter, your body softer. Inhale, I release control. Exhale, I choose peace. Again, inhale, I release control. Exhale, I choose peace. The river of life flows on. You are still here, safe, floating, supported. There is nothing to fix. There is nothing to resist. There is only the quiet joy of drifting freely. Rest in this awareness for a few breaths. The boat is empty. The river is calm. You are at peace. The monk's wisdom began with this simple realization that peace comes when we stop fighting the current. But what happens when pain strikes directly? When life's arrow pierces the heart? Our next story will guide us deeper into that question. It is called The Second Arrow, a teaching on how to release suffering through acceptance. As the monk continued his practice, years passed. His heart had grown calm, but life still carried moments of pain, as it does for all beings. One evening, after a long day of walking and teaching, he sat beside his teacher under a banyan tree. The air was still, the light golden with sunset. The monk spoke softly, his voice trembling. "Master, I have been calm when the world disturbs me. But when I am hurt, when pain strikes directly, I cannot stay peaceful. How can I let go when suffering feels so real?" The teacher closed his eyes for a moment, then asked gently, "Tell me, if a man is struck by an arrow, is it painful?" "Yes, master," said the monk. "And if the same man, upon being struck, cries out, 'Why me? Who has done this? How could this happen?' is he not struck by a second arrow?" The monk was silent. The teacher continued, "The first arrow is the pain of life, the body that ages, the loss that comes, the heart that breaks. These we cannot always avoid. But the second arrow, my son, is the suffering we create when we resist what is, when we fight the truth of what has already happened. The monk bowed his head. He understood. He had been struck not once, but many times, by his pain and by his refusal to accept it. This teaching, simple as it sounds, holds one of the deepest truths in Buddhism. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. The first arrow comes from life itself. It pierces when we lose someone, when illness visits, when disappointment touches us. But the second arrow, we fire that one ourselves. It is the mental replaying, the resistance, the tightening around what we cannot change. When we meet pain with rejection, we make it larger. When we meet it with acceptance, it begins to dissolve. Acceptance is not weakness. It is not pretending that pain does not exist. It is the strength to say, "This hurts, and that is okay." It is the wisdom to feel without fighting, to breathe without denying, to allow life to move through us. Now, let us bring this lesson into our practice. Close your eyes gently. Take a slow, deep breath in and exhale softly. Bring to mind a moment of recent pain, a loss, a fear, a disappointment. Don't analyze it. Simply notice it. Feel where it rests in the body, perhaps in the chest, perhaps in the throat, perhaps as a heaviness in the belly. Now whisper to yourself, "This is the first arrow." Take another breath. And now notice what follows. The thoughts, the resistance, the inner voice that says, "This shouldn't have happened." That is the second arrow. With your next exhale, imagine laying down that second arrow. You no longer need to strike yourself with it. The first pain is enough. Breathe in. I accept this moment. Breathe out. I release my resistance. Breathe in. I allow what is. Breathe out. I let go. Feel the shift as the body begins to soften. The tightness eases. The breath flows more freely. There is no need to fix the pain. Just allow it to be seen, to be held, to be embraced with compassion. Imagine the pain as a small child, frightened and tired. You would not push it away. You would hold it gently, whispering, "You are safe now." So too with your pain. Hold it. Breathe with it. Then let it rest. You are not your pain. You are the awareness that holds it. The sky in which even this storm can pass. As the monk sat beneath the banyan tree that night, tears rolled down his face, not from sorrow, but from release. He understood that pain was not the enemy. Resistance was. The teacher smiled and said softly, the heart that can accept pain can also heal. And so the monk continued his journey, ready for the next lesson, a story of a grieving mother who sought the Buddha's help to bring her lost child back to life, and discovered instead the path to healing through compassion. Our next story is called The Mustard Seed. Long ago, in the time of the Buddha, there lived a young mother named Kisa Gotami. Her eyes were bright with kindness, and her laughter filled her small home. She had one son, a baby boy, who was her whole world. Every morning, she would cradle him in her arms, whispering songs of love. Every night, she would hold him as he slept, dreaming of his future, his first words, his first steps. But one morning, the child did not wake. His body was still, his skin cold. Kisa Gotami's heart broke. She could not accept what she saw. She screamed. She begged. She clung to the tiny body as if love itself could bring him back. Neighbors gathered. They tried to console her, but her grief was too deep. "I will not bury my child," she cried. "Someone must have medicine to cure him." Holding the lifeless body in her arms, she went from house to house. "Please," she begged, "give me medicine for my son." Most people wept. Some turned away. Others whispered, "She has gone mad with grief." Finally, an old man took pity on her and said, "Go to the Buddha. He will know what to do." So she walked to the monastery, her tears blurring the path, her child still pressed against her chest. When she reached the Buddha, she fell to her knees and cried, "Lord, please, give me medicine to bring my son back to life." The Buddha looked upon her with great compassion. He did not turn her away. He said softly, "Yes, I can give you medicine. But first, you must bring me a handful of mustard seeds from any home that has never known death." Kisa Gotami's heart leapt with hope. She hurried to the village once more, knocking on every door. "Please," she said, "the Buddha needs mustard seeds from a home untouched by death." But at each house, she heard the same reply. "Lady, death has visited us too. We have lost a father, a mother, a child, a friend. There is no house untouched by sorrow." House after house, family after family, she heard the same truth. And slowly, her tears began to change from desperation to understanding. As the sun set, she walked to the edge of the village and sat down beneath a tree. She looked at her child one last time, and for the first time, she whispered, "Even you, my love, are part of this world that must change." That night, she buried her son with her own hands, and when she returned to the Buddha, Her face was quiet, her eyes clear. "Lord," she said, "I have not found a single home untouched by death. I have learned that all beings must part with what they love." The Buddha nodded and said, "You have found the true medicine, the wisdom that heals the heart." From that day, Kisa Gotami became one of his disciples, walking the path not to escape pain, but to understand it. This story reminds us that grief is not a punishment. It is the echo of love. Pain is the price of caring deeply, but it does not need to harden us. The Buddha did not take away Kisa Gotami's pain. He gave her understanding, and from understanding came peace. When we stop asking, "Why me?" and begin to see that every being suffers, our heart opens from isolation into compassion. In the light of awareness, grief becomes tenderness. In the space of acceptance, pain becomes wisdom. Healing does not mean forgetting. It means allowing love to take a new form. Now, let us breathe with this truth. Close your eyes gently. Take a long breath in and a slow, tender breath out. Bring to mind someone or something you have lost. A person, a time, a part of yourself. Feel the ache, but do not turn away. Whisper softly, "This too is love." Let your breath flow around the pain, like water around a stone. Do not try to remove it. Just allow it to be bathed in gentleness. Breathe in. I allow what is. Breathe out. I soften my heart. Breathe in. I honor my grief. Breathe out. I open to compassion. Imagine your heart as a lotus flower resting in still water. Though its roots grow in the mud, its petals open toward the light. So too does healing arise from the soil of our suffering. Let the heart open. Let the tears, if they come, be holy. Let love remain quiet and eternal, even as forms pass away. You are safe. You are healing. You are whole. The Buddha's disciple, Kisa Gotami, found peace not by denying her pain, but by seeing that it was shared by all beings. Through understanding, she was freed. Our next story continues that wisdom, a teaching on non-attachment about a raft that carries us across the river of life, and what happens when we forget to let it go. The story is called The Raft. One quiet afternoon, the Buddha sat with a group of monks beside the great Ganges River. The current shimmered gold beneath the sun, flowing endlessly eastward. The monks were speaking about the attachments of the heart, how difficult it was to love without clinging. The Buddha listened quietly for a while, then pointed to the river and said, "Imagine, dear monks, a man traveling through a forest. he comes upon a wide, rushing river. On this side, the ground is dangerous, filled with thorns and wild beasts. On the far shore lies peace and safety. But the man has no boat. So, using branches, grass, and rope, he builds a raft. With great effort, he crosses the river. He reaches the far bank, wet but unharmed. The Buddha paused, watching the water glisten in the afternoon light. "Now," he said, "imagine this man, grateful for the raft that carried him, thinking, 'This raft has served me well. I must lift it on my shoulders and carry it wherever I go to honor its help.'" The monks laughed softly. "That would be foolish, Lord," one said. "The raft's purpose was to cross the river, not to be carried forever." The Buddha smiled. "Exactly so. My teachings are like this raft. They help you cross from suffering to freedom. But once you have crossed, do not cling even to the teachings themselves. And so it is with love, with relationships, with every form of connection. Each has its time, its purpose, its beauty. But to hold on beyond that time is to weigh down the heart. Use the raft, honor it, then set it free. How often do we cling to the very things that once carried us? A relationship, a friendship, a memory, something that once brought us comfort, but now holds us in place. We tell ourselves that holding on is love, but true love does not imprison, it frees. To love without attachment is to allow life to flow as it must, to cherish each connection fully, but without the fear of losing it. Just as the raft is meant to be used and released, so too are our relationships meant to be lived deeply and then allowed to change. Non-attachment does not mean coldness or distance. It means loving without ownership. It means saying, "Thank you for carrying me," and then allowing both hearts to continue their journeys. Now, let us reflect on this together. Close your eyes. Take a slow breath in and a slow breath out. Imagine yourself standing by the edge of a river. Behind you is the past, memories, people, stories that shaped you. Before you is the flowing water of the present moment. At your feet lies a small raft made of your connections, your love, your experiences. It has carried you safely this far. Place your hands on the raft and whisper, "Thank you." Feel the gratitude rise within you. The gratitude for every person, every lesson, every love that helped you cross some part of your life's river. Now, imagine placing your palms on the raft, giving it a gentle push. Watch it drift into the current, carried by the flow. You smile softly, knowing it will find its own path. Breathe in, I am grateful. Breathe out, I release with love. Again, inhale, I am grateful. Exhale, I release with love. Notice the lightness in your body. Notice the openness in your chest. The river moves freely once more. You are not losing what you love. You are allowing it to transform. Love does not end with form. It only changes shape. The Buddha's parable of the raft reminds us that freedom is found not in holding tightly, but in letting life flow. In the next story, the Buddha teaches how to release something even heavier than attachment, anger itself. It is said that holding on to anger is like grasping a burning coal, hoping to throw it at another, yet only burning ourselves. Let us listen to the burning coal. One evening, as the monks sat around a small fire, a young disciple approached the Buddha with frustration in his eyes. "Master," he said, "I try to be kind, but people hurt me still. I try to forgive, but anger burns in my chest. How do I let it go?" The Buddha looked at him gently, then reached into the fire. He picked up a glowing coal with a pair of tongs and held it before the young man. "Tell me," said the Buddha, "if you wish to strike another with this burning coal, who is burned first?" The disciple stared at the ember, glowing bright orange, heat shimmering in the air. "The one who holds it, Master," he whispered. The Buddha nodded. "So it is with anger. We think we are punishing others, but we burn ourselves first. The fire we carry within consumes our own peace." The young monk lowered his head, understanding dawning in his heart. "But Master," he said, "what should I do when anger arises?" The Buddha smiled softly. "Do not throw it. Do not feed it. Simply watch it. See how it feels, how it burns. And like the coal, if you do not hold it, it will soon grow cold." The monk sat silently, the sound of the crackling fire mingling with the night breeze. In that moment, they all saw the truth. Anger is not something to fight or suppress. It is something to release. Anger is a fire that begins with fear and misunderstanding. When we feel unseen or hurt, we cling to anger as if it protects us. But anger, like fire, destroys its container. The Buddha's wisdom teaches we cannot be free while holding the coal. Every grudge, every resentment, every harsh memory burns only the one who carries it. To release anger is not to excuse the wrong. It is to choose peace over poison. It is to remember that you are worthy of calm. When we let go, we do not lose power, we gain clarity. Anger clouds the mind, forgiveness clears it. Now, let us practice letting go of the coal. Close your eyes. take a slow, deep breath in and release it gently. Bring to mind someone or something that still stirs anger in your heart. See it clearly, but without judgment. Feel where it lives in your body, perhaps heat in the chest, tension in the shoulders, pressure behind the eyes. Now, imagine you are holding a small glowing coal in your hand. It represents your anger, hot, bright, heavy. You grip it tightly at first, feeling its heat. Whisper softly, "This anger hurts me first." With your next breath, loosen your hand just a little. Breathe in, "I see my anger." Breathe out, "I let it cool." Again, inhale, "I see my anger." Exhale, "I let it cool." Now open your palm fully. Imagine placing the coal gently on the ground before you. Watch as its glow begins to fade, its heat dissolving into the cool air of forgiveness. You have not lost your strength. You have gained peace. Breathe in, "I release what burns." Breathe out, "I choose peace." Let this peace spread through your body, into your shoulders, your chest, your heart. The fire that once burned now becomes a gentle warmth, the warmth of understanding. Let that warmth fill you completely. Let it radiate outward, touching even those who once caused you pain. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting. It means being free. As the young monk sat by the fire that night, he watched the flames dance and fade. The coal that once blazed with heat now lay dark and still. He smiled softly, realizing that peace had returned the moment he stopped holding on. Our next story continues this river of surrender. It is about trust, about learning to move with life's flow, even when we cannot see where it leads. It is called The River and the Cowherd. In the time of the Buddha, there lived a humble cowherd who tended his small herd along the banks of a great river. Every morning, he led his cows to graze on the far side, where the grass grew green and rich. To cross, he had to wade through the current, holding tightly to a wooden staff. The river frightened him. Its sound was constant, its depth unpredictable. He feared losing his balance, his footing, his cows. Yet every day he crossed, carefully, anxiously, resisting the pull of the current. One monsoon season, the rains came early. The river swelled and roared, muddy and wild. For days, the cowherd stood at its edge, unable to cross, his herd restless and hungry. In his desperation, he sought the Buddha, who was teaching nearby. "Master," he said, bowing deeply, "the river I must cross has become fierce. I cannot see the bottom, and the current frightens me. How can I make it safely to the other side?" The Buddha smiled gently and replied, "Do not fight the river, my friend. Move with its flow. Step carefully, yes, but do not resist its power. If you struggle, it will pull you under. But if you trust, it will carry you." The cowherd frowned. "How can I trust something that could drown me?" The Buddha looked toward the river, its surface gleaming in the morning sun. "The river is not your enemy," he said softly. "It is the path itself. To reach the far shore, you must stop fearing the water and become one with it." The cowherd left, puzzled but thoughtful. The next morning, he returned to the river. The current still surged strong, but something in him had changed. He took a deep breath, stepped in slowly, and felt the water press around him. Cool, firm, alive. Instead of resisting, he let the river move his body gently, shifting his balance with its rhythm. Each step became lighter, each breath calmer. And when he finally reached the far bank, drenched but unharmed, he looked back across the river and smiled. He realized the crossing had not been about cows or grass or survival. It had been about trust. The river is life itself, constantly moving, changing, flowing. We spend much of our time trying to control its current, building dams of fear and resistance. But no matter how strong we think we are, life still moves. To trust life's flow is to surrender, not to give up, but to let go of the need to control what cannot be controlled. When we struggle against change, we exhaust ourselves. When we learn to move with it, we discover a quiet power, a deep peace. Trusting life does not mean expecting everything to be easy. It means knowing that whatever arises, we can float with it, breathe with it, and allow it to carry us home. The Buddha's words remind us, the river is not the obstacle. It is the way. Let us practice this trust now. Close your eyes softly. Take a deep, calm breath in and exhale slowly, letting your body grow heavy, grounded, safe. Imagine standing at the edge of a wide river. The water moves gently at first, then faster, swirling in silver ribbons beneath the moonlight. You feel hesitation, a need to control, to know every step ahead. Now, take a breath and whisper, "I trust the flow." Step into the water. It is cool against your skin. With each breath, the current presses softly around your legs, then your waist, then your chest. Instead of resisting, allow it to guide you. You are not fighting. you are floating. Breathe in, the river carries me. Breathe out, I surrender to its flow. Again, inhale, the river carries me. Exhale, I surrender to its flow. The current becomes calmer, quieter. The fear loosens its hold. You feel yourself supported by something vast and ancient. There is nothing to force, nothing to fix. Only this gentle movement, this quiet trust. Let the breath flow like water, steady, soft, alive. Let the mind rest in the rhythm of surrender. When the cowherd reached the far shore, he did not look for certainty. He simply smiled, knowing that trust had carried him where fear could not. The Buddha's teachings continued to ripple through his mind, reminding him that all things, even rivers and lives, must move and change. Our next story is about that change, about how beauty arises even from the mud of impermanence. It is called the Lotus in the Mud. One dawn, after a night of heavy rain, the Buddha and his disciples walked silently along a flooded path outside the monastery. The air was rich with the scent of wet earth and the soft chirping of awakening birds. They came upon a small pond, its surface muddy and brown from the storm. The disciples paused, saddened by its state. But then the Buddha smiled and pointed to the center of the pond. There, rising gracefully from the thick mud, stood a single lotus flower, pure, luminous, untouched by the dirt around it. The monks gazed in awe. "Master," one said, "how can something so beautiful grow from such filth?" The Buddha knelt by the water's edge. His reflection shimmered beside the lotus as he spoke. Just as this flower blooms in the mud without being tainted, so too can the human heart bloom in the midst of suffering. The mud is not the enemy, it is the foundation. Without it, there could be no lotus. He reached out and gently touched a fallen petal floating nearby. The flower is beautiful, but it too must one day fall. Nothing in this world is permanent. Not joy, not sorrow, not even life itself. To cling to beauty is to suffer its loss. To understand impermanence is to love more deeply, without fear. In every life, there is mud, the struggles, the losses, the pain that we would rather avoid. Yet it is precisely from that mud that wisdom and compassion grow. We often wish for a life free from difficulty, but a heart untouched by challenge remains closed. Only when we face the storms can our understanding unfold, like the lotus rising from the depths. The Buddha's teaching of impermanence is not meant to sadden us. It is meant to free us. When we accept that everything changes, we stop grasping. We savor the sweetness of each moment because we know it will not last. We love more gently because we know everything we love is temporary. To accept impermanence is to see the sacredness in everything, even in loss, even in endings. As the Buddha once said, like the dew on the grass, like the foam upon the sea, each moment we are given is precious and passing. Let us take a few breaths and practice seeing the lotus within our own lives. Close your eyes softly. Take a slow, deep inhale through your nose and exhale gently through your mouth. Imagine yourself standing beside a still pond at sunrise. The air is cool, the world quiet. You see the reflection of your own life in the water, moments of joy, sorrow, love, and loss. Now, look closer. From the mud beneath the surface, a lotus stem begins to rise. Slowly, it breaks through the water, opening petal by petal toward the light. This lotus is your heart. It carries every experience you've lived, every wound, every tear, every joy. Breathe in. I rise from the mud. Breathe out. I open to the light. Breathe in. I accept change. Breathe out. I trust life's flow. Feel the beauty of impermanence in your breath. Each inhale is born. Each exhale passes away. Yet together they create the rhythm of life. Allow yourself to rest in this rhythm. Nothing needs to stay. Nothing needs to last. Everything transforms. Like the lotus, you are both the mud and the bloom. From difficulty grows strength. From pain, compassion. From endings, new beginnings. As the monks continued their walk that morning, the rain clouds parted and sunlight fell upon the lotus pond. The Buddha turned to them and said, "See how the world renews itself, moment by moment. Nothing stays, yet nothing is lost." The disciples bowed deeply, their hearts lighter, their steps softer. Our next story continues this unfolding. A lesson on letting go of expectations and illusions, told through the parable of the poisoned arrow. One afternoon, a man came to the Buddha, his face filled with both anger and confusion. He had many questions, questions that had haunted him for years. "Master," he said, "there are things I must know before I can follow your teachings. Tell me, does the universe have a beginning or not? Is the soul eternal, or does it die with the body? Does the Buddha live after death, or vanish completely?" The Buddha looked at him with great compassion, but said nothing. The man grew impatient. "Why will you not answer? These are the questions of life and death." Then the Buddha spoke softly. "My friend, imagine a man walking through the forest who is struck by a poisoned arrow. He collapses to the ground, crying in pain. His friends run to help him, But he stops them, saying, "Wait, before you remove the arrow, I must know who shot it. What kind of wood is the bow made from? What color were the feathers on the shaft? What do you think will happen to that man?" The question hung in the air. The man was silent. "He will die," the Buddha continued, "because he was more concerned with theories than with healing. And so it is with us. We are wounded by the arrow of suffering. But instead of tending to our pain, we become trapped in questions. Why me? How long will this last? What comes after? Remove the arrow first, my friend. Then we may see clearly. The poisoned arrow is the mind's craving for certainty. It is the voice that says, "I cannot rest until I know why." But the Buddha teaches that healing begins not with knowing, but with accepting. When we are struck by life's arrows, grief, illness, loss, we can waste years demanding explanations from the universe, or we can tend to the wound before us. Acceptance is not blind faith. It is wisdom in action. It is saying, "I may not understand, but I will care for this pain with compassion." Every expectation we hold about how life should unfold tightens the arrow. Every act of surrender loosens it. When we stop asking life to be different, peace enters like cool air, soothing a wound. Let us rest in this truth for a few moments. Close your eyes. Breathe in softly through your nose and exhale slowly through your mouth. Bring to mind something that troubles you, a question, an uncertainty, a part of life that feels unresolved. You may not have the answers. That's okay. See it as a small arrow lodged in the body of your heart. It does not need more questions. It needs gentle attention. With your next breath, whisper softly, "I release the need to know. I choose to heal instead." Breathe in. "I accept what is." Breathe out. "I soften my expectations." Again, inhale. "I accept what is." Exhale. "I soften my expectations." Notice how the breath itself begins to loosen the tension in your body. You do not need to understand the mystery of the arrow. You need only to remove it with kindness. Imagine gently pulling the arrow out, not with force, but with care. See the wound close, the skin knit together, the pain fading into warmth. Now, there is peace where confusion once lived, silence where questions once burned. You are no longer pierced by needing to know. You are free to rest, to breathe, to be. As the man bowed before the Buddha, tears filled his eyes, not from sorrow, but from release. He realized that truth was not hidden behind distant questions, but right here, in the tender act of letting go. The Buddha smiled and said, "When you stop searching for answers, the truth reveals itself." Our next story speaks of this same wisdom, of leaving behind the past and walking gently forward, step by step. It is called The Footprint of the Elephant. One afternoon, as the monks walked with the Buddha through the forest, they came upon a wide stretch of soft earth. The youngest monk stopped suddenly and pointed. "Look, Master," he said, "the footprints of many animals, deer, rabbits, birds, even a tiger." The Buddha smiled but said nothing. He continued walking until they reached a clearing where the soil was smooth and wet from the morning rain. There, in the center, was a single enormous footprint, the print of an elephant. The Buddha turned to his disciples and said, "Just as all the smaller footprints can fit within the footprint of an elephant, so too do all teachings of wisdom fit within one truth, the understanding that everything arises and passes away." The monks bowed, reflecting on his words, but one, a quiet monk who carried much regret, spoke softly, "Master, how can one truly let go of the past? My mind keeps returning to mistakes, to memories I wish I could change. Even in meditation, the past follows me like a shadow." The Buddha looked at him with great tenderness. "You see these footprints in the mud?" he said. "If the wind blows or the rain falls, will they remain forever?" "No, Master," the monk replied. "They will fade." "So it is with the past," said the Buddha. "It leaves its mark, but only if we keep tracing it. The more we touch it, the deeper the print remains. But when we let the winds of mindfulness and compassion move through us, even the deepest mark softens. You cannot walk forward if your eyes are fixed behind you. The past is a teacher, not a prison. We often return to it because we believe we can change it or make sense of it. But the Buddha reminds us that healing happens not through rewriting the past, but through releasing it. Every moment you spend reliving what is gone is a moment stolen from the life that is here. When we carry the past, our steps grow heavy. When we release it, each step becomes lighter, more present, more free. Forgiveness of ourselves and others is the rain that washes away old footprints. Mindfulness is the wind that dries the ground so we may walk anew. Now, let us practice this release together. Close your eyes gently. Take a long, slow breath in and a soft breath out. Imagine yourself standing in a forest after rain. The ground beneath your feet is soft, rich, alive. You look down and see footprints behind you, some deep, some faint. They represent your past, your joys, your regrets, your memories, your pain. Take a breath and whisper softly, "Thank you." Each footprint was part of your journey. Each step brought you to this moment. Now, feel the gentle wind begin to rise through the trees. The air moves across the earth, brushing lightly over the footprints. Slowly, the edges begin to soften. The marks begin to fade. Breathe in. I honor the past. Breathe out. I release it now. Breathe in. I accept what was. Breathe out. I walk forward freely. You begin to take a step, and then another. The ground feels new, unmarked. With every breath, you create a new footprint, one that exists only in this moment, this step, this breath. You cannot change the past, but you can walk gently now, and that is enough. As the Buddha and his monks left the clearing, the wind stirred, and the elephant's footprint began to fade beneath the falling leaves. The monks walked on, their hearts lighter, their eyes turned toward the present path. The Buddha said softly, "When you stop walking backward, the world opens before you." Our next story continues that awakening, a parable about peace and perception called The Mirror and the Dust. One quiet morning, a young monk approached the Buddha, his eyes full of confusion. "Master," he said softly, "I meditate every day, but my mind will not stay still. I feel anger, envy, pride, sometimes even despair. I thought that if I practiced hard enough, my mind would become pure. But it feels as though the more I try, the more clouded it becomes." The Buddha smiled gently and motioned for the monk to sit. In front of them stood a small mirror that the Buddha had placed upon a stone. He lifted it carefully, showing it to the monk. "Tell me," the Buddha asked, "what do you see?" "My reflection, Master," the monk replied. "And if I leave this mirror here for many days without care, what will happen?" "It will gather dust," said the monk. "And will the mirror stop being a mirror?" "No, Master," he answered, shaking his head. "So it is with your mind," the Buddha said softly. "Its true nature is clear and still, like the mirror. But when you cling to thoughts and desires, when you hold on to anger or pride, dust gathers. The mirror does not become dirty by nature. It only appears so. Do not fight the dust. Do not curse it. Simply notice it and gently wipe it away." The monk bowed deeply, his heart lightening. For the first time, he understood that peace was not something to create, but something to reveal. The mirror and the dust. What a perfect symbol for the mind. When we attach ourselves to ideas, to possessions, to people, even to our own image of who we think we are, a thin layer of dust begins to settle. Each comparison, each resentment, each judgment, another speck. Soon we forget that beneath it all, there is already clarity. Buddhist detachment is not rejection, it is freedom. It means being in the world fully, but not being stuck to its surfaces. It means loving without possession, doing without pride, seeing without distortion. The mirror never stops reflecting. We only need to clean it gently through awareness. Let us practice this gentle cleansing together. Close your eyes. Take a soft, deep breath in and exhale slowly. Imagine a mirror before you, still shining faintly in the soft light of dawn. Now, notice the thin layer of dust upon its surface. This dust represents your attachments, your fears, your judgments, your desires. With your next breath, take a soft cloth in your mind's hand and begin to wipe the mirror. Not harshly, not urgently, just slowly, kindly, patiently. Each breath wipes away a little more dust. Breathe in, I see clearly. Breathe out, I let go. Breathe in, I release what clouds my heart. Breathe out, I return to peace. With every breath, the reflection becomes brighter. You begin to see your true self again. Calm, loving, radiant. The mirror does not cling to what it reflects. It allows each image to come and go freely. So too can your mind. Let thoughts arise and pass, like clouds drifting across the sky. Do not chase them. Do not grasp them. Simply observe, then return to stillness. In this awareness, the dust cannot remain. In this peace, the mirror shines on its own. As the young monk rose from his meditation, he looked again at the mirror on the stone. The morning sun now glowed upon its surface, bright and clear. He smiled, understanding that peace was never lost. It had only been hidden beneath the dust of clinging. The Buddha said softly, "When the mirror is clear, everything it reflects is beautiful." Our next story carries this clarity into the realm of the heart, a parable of the salt in water, a teaching on healing heartbreak and transforming pain through compassion. One afternoon, a young man came to the Buddha, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Master," he said, "my heart is heavy. Someone I loved has left me. I cannot eat. I cannot sleep. Every thought feels like a wound. How do I make this pain go away?" The Buddha listened quietly for a long while. Then he said, "Bring me a handful of salt." The young man obeyed. He returned with a small pouch of coarse grains and handed it to the Buddha. "Now," said the Buddha, "place the salt in a cup of water." The young man did as he was told. "Now, drink it," the Buddha instructed. The man took a sip and immediately spat it out. "It's bitter, Master. Too salty to drink." The Buddha nodded, his eyes kind. "Now," he said, "take the same amount of salt and throw it into the river." They walked together to the nearby riverbank. The man scattered the salt into the flowing water. The grains disappeared instantly, carried away by the current. "Now, taste the river," said the Buddha. The man knelt, cupped his hands, and took a sip. It was cool, clear, and sweet. "Do you taste the salt?" asked the Buddha. "No, Master," the man replied softly. The Buddha smiled. "The pain of life is the salt. The bitterness depends on the vessel that holds it. When your heart is small, every hurt tastes bitter. But when your heart becomes like the river, vast, open, and flowing, the same pain dissolves and its bitterness disappears." The young man bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face, not from sorrow, but from understanding. "So, Master," he whispered, "to heal my heart, I must make it larger." "Yes," said the Buddha, "make it as wide as the river." Pain is part of being human, but suffering, clinging to the pain, replaying it, drowning in it, comes from a heart that has forgotten its vastness. When we love deeply, loss feels unbearable. Yet the Buddha reminds us, the answer is not to close the heart, but to widen it. A small cup can mold only a small piece. A wide river can hold everything: the salt, the sweetness, the flow of all life, without losing its clarity. When heartbreak comes, instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" we can whisper, "How can my heart grow from this?" The pain does not vanish, but in the space of compassion, it transforms. Let us breathe with this river of compassion. Close your eyes gently. Take a slow, deep breath in and exhale softly. Bring to mind a memory of heartbreak, someone or something you have loved and lost. Feel it gently, as if holding a fragile flower. Now, imagine a cup before you, filled with water. You drop a handful of salt, your pain, into the cup. The water becomes cloudy, bitter. You sip, and your throat tightens. Now see yourself walking toward a vast, flowing river. Its surface shimmers beneath the sun. You pour the same salt into it, and the current carries it away. The water remains pure. Breathe in. I open my heart. Breathe out. I let the river flow. Again, inhale. I open my heart. Exhale, I let the river flow. With each breath, feel your heart expanding, wider and wider, until it becomes the river itself. The pain is still there, but it no longer poisons you. It simply moves, merges, and becomes part of something larger, part of life itself. Let your heart be that river, deep, open, infinite. Let love flow through it freely. Let every loss become a current that leads you closer to peace. As the young man left the river that day, his steps were lighter. He still felt the ache of what was lost, but the ache no longer consumed him. It had become something tender, a reminder of love, not of lack. The Buddha watched him go, smiling quietly, and said to his disciples, "When the heart is vast, even sorrow becomes sweet." Our next story continues this current of transformation, a parable about fear, perception, and the release of negativity. It is called The Snake and the Rope. One evening, as the sun began to set, a monk was walking alone along a quiet forest path on his way back to the monastery. The path was narrow, the light fading. His thoughts were scattered. Memories of the day, worries about tomorrow. Suddenly, a dark shape appeared on the ground ahead of him. He froze. His heart pounded. In the dim light, it looked like a coiled snake, thick, still, waiting. Fear gripped him. He stepped back, breath quickening, sweat forming on his brow. He thought, if I move, it might strike. If I stay, it will bite. His mind raced, painting stories of danger. He imagined venom, pain, death. But as the wind shifted, a thin shaft of moonlight fell across the path. The shape before him shimmered slightly. He squinted, took a cautious step closer, and realized it was only a rope. The monk laughed softly, relief flooding through him. He picked up the rope, coiled it gently, and continued on his way, smiling to himself. When he returned to the monastery, he told the Buddha what had happened. The Buddha smiled and said, "You see, fear arises not from the rope, but from the mind that mistakes it for a snake. Ignorance turns harmless things into threats. Wisdom reveals the truth. When you see clearly, fear dissolves on its own." This story is one of the simplest and most profound teachings on perception. Much of our suffering does not come from the world itself, but from the stories we tell about it. We react not to reality, but to our interpretation of reality. How many times have we feared something that turned out to be nothing more than a rope in the half-light? How often have we filled our hearts with anger, jealousy, or dread over illusions, misunderstandings, assumptions, imagined threats. The Buddha's lesson is clear. To release negative energy, we must first see things as they truly are. Fear cannot survive in the light of awareness. When we bring attention, when we breathe and look deeply, truth appears and illusion fades. Let us practice seeing clearly. Close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath in and exhale softly. Bring to mind something that has caused you fear or tension, perhaps a person, a situation, a thought that lingers. Without judging, simply notice how it feels in the body. Is it tightness in the chest, a weight in the stomach, a pressure behind the eyes? Now imagine yourself holding a lantern in a dark forest. You stand before the object of your fear. You lift the lantern higher and light spills across it. What you thought was a snake may, in truth, be a rope. What you thought was danger may, in truth, be misunderstanding. Breathe in. I bring light to my fear. Breathe out. I see clearly now. Again, inhale. I bring light to my fear. Exhale. I see clearly now. As the light of awareness grows, the shapes of your fears begin to change. They soften, they dissolve. You realize that fear itself is not an enemy. It is only a messenger asking to be seen. Let the breath continue, slow and kind. Each inhale, light. Each exhale, release. The forest is still the same, but now it glows. The mind is the same, but now it sees. The snake was never there. The rope was never a threat. You are free. As the monk finished his story, the Buddha nodded, his eyes filled with quiet compassion. When you walk through the forest of the mind, he said, carry the lantern of awareness. The shadows will still appear, but they can no longer frighten you. The monks bowed deeply, their hearts lighter. Our next story is about uncertainty, the currents of life that we cannot predict or control. It is called the drifting log. One morning, the Buddha and his disciples stood by the bank of the Ganges River. The sun was rising slowly, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The monks stood silently, watching the water move, always flowing, never still. Then the Buddha pointed towards something floating downstream, a long, weathered log carried by the current. "Do you see that log?" he asked. "Yes, Master," one monk replied. "If it does not sink, or catch on the shore, or become entangled in weeds, it will surely reach the ocean," the Buddha said. So too with the mind that flows freely, unclinging, untroubled, unattached, it will reach liberation. The monks watched as the log drifted farther and farther away. spinning gently with the current. After a long silence, one of them asked, "Master, what if the log fears where the river will take it?" The Buddha smiled softly. The river does not need the log's permission to flow. It carries what it must, and everything that resists it suffers. Peace comes not from knowing where the river leads, but from trusting that it will carry you home. This story speaks to one of the greatest fears we face, the fear of the unknown. We try to predict, to plan, to control, but life, like the river, flows on its own. When we resist uncertainty, we cling to the shore. We grasp at old patterns, people, and plans, believing safety lies in the familiar. But true safety is found in surrender. Uncertainty is not chaos. It is movement. It is the dance of impermanence, the rhythm of growth. To accept uncertainty is to float with grace, to allow life to reveal itself moment by moment without demanding that it follow our design. When we stop needing to know, peace unfolds like water, quiet, inevitable, complete. Let us now rest in this flow of trust. Close your eyes gently. Take a deep breath in and a long, soft breath out. Imagine yourself sitting by a wide river. You see a log floating nearby, smooth, steady, carried effortlessly by the current. Now, imagine placing your hand upon it. Slowly, you climb on. The water holds you. The current moves beneath you. You do not steer. You do not struggle. You simply float. Breathe in, I trust the flow. Breathe out, I release control. Again, inhale, I trust the flow. Exhale, I release control. Feel the rhythm of the current beneath you. Gentle, eternal. See how it carries you past bends and shadows, through sunlight and stillness. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Always moving, always alive. You realize the river is not against you. It is you. You and the current are not separate. With each breath, the mind softens, the heart opens. You begin to trust that wherever this flow leads, it is enough. Let go of needing to know what comes next. Let go of needing to fix, to plan, to predict. Float in awareness. Float in peace. As the monks stood quietly by the riverbank, the Buddha watched the drifting log disappear into the horizon. He said, "Just as the log becomes one with the river, so too does the awakened heart become one with life." The monks bowed deeply, feeling the truth of his words ripple through their own hearts. Our final story, brings this journey to its still point, a teaching about inner transformation told through the parable of the lamp in darkness. It was a moonless night at the monastery. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of rain and earth. Inside the meditation hall, a single oil lamp burned, its flame steady, small, golden. The Buddha sat in silence with his monks. Outside, the world was shrouded in darkness. After a long time, one of the younger monks spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "Master," he said, "when I sit in meditation, I often feel I try to see the truth, but it feels hidden. The mind is full of shadows. Sometimes I fear I will never find the light." The Buddha turned toward the lamp and said softly, "When the lamp is lit, what happens to the darkness?" "It disappears," the monk replied. "Does the light fight the darkness?" "No, master," the monk said. "It simply shines." The Buddha nodded. "So it is with your heart. When wisdom awakens within you, it does not need to struggle with ignorance. The light of awareness dispels darkness naturally. You do not need to chase enlightenment. You need only to keep the lamp of mindfulness burning." The hall grew quiet. The monks watched the flame flicker, casting soft shadows upon the walls. The Buddha continued, his voice gentle as breath. "There is no darkness strong enough to extinguish a single flame. Even the smallest light transforms the night. And within each of you, that light is waiting, patient, unwavering." The young monk closed his eyes. In that moment, he felt the lamp's glow not outside, but within his chest, a warmth, a steady flame that had been there all along. This story speaks to the essence of transformation. The darkness we fear, our confusion, pain, anger, is not the enemy. It is the space in which light becomes visible. Every act of awareness, every breath taken with presence, is a spark that lights the lamp within. We do not need to force the light. It was never gone. We had only closed our eyes. The Buddha's lamp reminds us that awakening is not becoming someone new. It is remembering who we already are: peaceful, luminous, free. Even the smallest practice, a mindful breath, a gentle thought, an act of kindness, keeps the flame alive. And once lit, even the deepest night begins to glow. Let us end our journey by lighting that lamp within ourselves. Close your eyes. Take a deep, quiet breath in and exhale slowly. Place your hand gently on your heart. Imagine a small flame flickering there, soft, warm, golden. With each breath, the flame grows brighter. It fills your chest, your belly, your whole being with light. You do not force it. You simply breathe and allow. The light expands, reaching your shoulders, your face, your hands. Now it surrounds you completely. Gentle, radiant, serene. This light is your awareness. It needs no fuel except your attention. It cannot be taken from you. It cannot be dimmed by fear, anger, or doubt. Breathe in. The light is within me. Breathe out. I am the light. Again, inhale. The light is within me. Exhale. Now imagine that light spreading outward to your loved ones, your friends, the people you have forgiven, even those you still find difficult to love. The light touches them softly, asking nothing, giving everything. And now, let that light fill the world, the forests, the oceans, the cities, the quiet places of the heart. Wherever it goes, the darkness fades, replaced by stillness and peace. Rest here, breathing in light, breathing out peace. As the monks left the hall that night, the lamp still burned behind them, small, steady, eternal. The Buddha watched them go and said, "In every being lies a lamp that cannot be extinguished. When it shines, the whole world is illuminated." And so ends our journey through the Buddha's footsteps, a journey from control to surrender, from anger to compassion, from fear to trust, from darkness to light. You carry this lamp now. It is yours to keep, to tend, to share. Let its glow guide you into rest, into stillness, into sleep. The stories have ended, dear one, but the silence that follows them is its own teaching. You have walked through rivers and rain, through grief and compassion, through darkness and light. And now you stand on the shore of stillness, watching the moon rise over the quiet waters of your mind. Take a deep, slow breath in and a soft breath out. Let go of the words. Let go of the thoughts. Let go of the idea that there is still something to do. The practice is complete. Now there is only being. The moon does not try to reflect. It simply shines. The water does not try to be still. It simply allows. And so it is with you. There is nothing more to seek. There is nothing left to fix. You are already whole. Now, allow yourself to drift into the rhythm of your own breath. Feel the body resting heavier on the bed, the weight of surrender. The hands soften, the jaw loosens, the eyes grow heavy. Each story you've heard tonight has planted a seed of peace within you. The empty boat has taught you to let go of control. The second arrow has taught you to accept what is. The mustard seed showed you that all hearts share sorrow. The raft taught you to love without clinging. The burning coal reminded you to release anger. The river showed you how to trust the flow. The lotus taught you to bloom through impermanence. The poisoned arrow showed you to stop asking why and start healing. The elephant's footprint taught you to walk forward freely. The mirror helped you remember your own clarity. The salt in water softened your pain with compassion. The snake and rope revealed the truth beneath illusion. The drifting log taught you to float in uncertainty, and the lamp in darkness reminded you that the light was never gone. Each lesson, each breath has brought you here to this still moment where nothing is missing. Imagine now that you are standing beside a vast, calm lake under a soft, silver moon. The surface is smooth as glass, the air cool and kind. You see the reflection of the moon rippling faintly in the water, pure, gentle, infinite. With each breath, the lake becomes quieter. With each breath, the moonlight glows brighter. You kneel at the edge, touch the water, and see it shimmer around your fingers. The reflection doesn't break. It dances with you. Breathe in, I am still. Breathe out, I am light. Breathe in, I am safe. Breathe out, I am free. The lake is your mind, clear and luminous. The moon is your awareness, silent, eternal. No wind disturbs it now. No thought ripples the surface. You rest in perfect calm. Every muscle softens, every thought slows. Every heartbeat becomes part of the rhythm of the night. Now, let these words drift through you, like whispers carried by the wind. I am safe. I am at peace. I release all that no longer serves me. My mind is calm. My body is resting. My heart is open and light. I forgive, and I am forgiven. I trust the flow of life. I surrender to peace. I sleep in the arms of the universe. Repeat them silently as you breathe. Each word dissolves a little more tension. Each breath deepens your rest. You are floating now, not on water, but on silence. Not on thought, but on pure presence. The stories, the lessons, the breath, they all merge into one quiet truth. You are peace itself. Allow that truth to cradle you like a soft current carrying you home. The moon glows above, the lamp still burns within, and all around you, stillness. If sleep has come, rest deeply. If wakefulness remains, rest anyway. Still, calm, free. The night will hold you. Let your breath fall into the rhythm of the earth. Let your dreams unfold like petals on a lotus. May you sleep peacefully. May you awaken renewed, and may your heart remember the path of peace.